Yo, what's up? We're just getting started. We're gonna get back. Oh, I'm in Multiversus still. Okay. Gotta switch over to just chatting. Just getting ready, making some chicken. Making some chicken and gotta get everything ready so we can get started. Taking notes and learning, and then we're gonna get to some Multiverses again. So hang in there. Be right there. Hey, what's up? What is up? Wow. Yeah, we're back. We're back, Rebecca. We're back. Rebecca's back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Oh, well, Becca, what are you even talking about? Oh my god. If only you could do. Oh, we're Becca. We're Becca. Where are your manners? Where are your manners? What is up? Ready to get back to studying. If we're going to start from the beginning of the lecture series, going to be watching some economics and MIT lectures, MIT open course, taking notes, learning about economics. We will also be doing an accounting, we'll be doing some accounting study at some point. I need to learn accounting. Alright. Alright. We are ready to go. Almost. Not really. Gotta make sure the house doesn't burn down. I'm cooking some chicken. Okay? So I'll be right back. I turned off the stove. Okay, I turned off the stove. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, we have the beautiful, Buster and Babs Bunny. No relation. No relation. No relation. I wonder if they're gonna add Tiny Toons characters into Multiversus. They should totally do frickin' Babs and Buster Bunny. And Babs and Buster Bunny. Because they have bugs. They should totally have fucking Babs and Buster. Like how they have Young Link in Super Smash. Right? Toon Link or whatever. Oh, no, they got Young Link. And they got Toon Link. That'd be so cool. They had Babs and Buster Bunny. No relation. That'd be cool if they could get Tress McNeil on it. If not, maybe you could have the dollar store. The dollar store, Tress McNeil, huh? Yeah, the dollar store, Tress McNeil, Rebecca Lauren. That'd be crazy. They had Babs and Buster Bunny, and totally if I was able to do voice acting, I don't think I'm anywhere near it. I cannot frickin' Tress McNeil is a frickin' god. Okay, she's a frickin' goddess. Okay, god and goddess interchangeable. Okay, I need to switch over the category to just chatting though. I forgot to switch it over. I forgot. Okay, I forgot. I forgot. Okay. Okay, we're getting ready here. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna switch into the next. We started at like kind of we kind of started at the midpoint. We kind of started at the midpoint, and we're going to be we're going to be going from the beginning now because I kind of just jumped into the lecture because I was wanted to this lecture we watched was about took a lot of notes and did a lot of scrap. Yeah, it was making decisions over time. So now we're going to jump and basically supply and demand. Okay. This is
This is 1401. I'm John Gruber, and
you gotta be careful with Twitter.
This is microeconomics. Today, I want to cover three things: course details.
Wait, first of all,
I want to talk about what is microeconomics.
What is this? Oh! What the hell? Oh! Each day there's someone new who clicks on the Hasanabi broadcast and becomes a fan. That's so sad. Anyway, look at my streamer. Oh! 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 Okay, that's enough of that. Okay, I need to get my chicken. It's probably cooled off a bit now. It's been cooling off the past couple minutes. Okay, course details. What is microeconomics and supply and demand? Okay. By the way, I kind of want to make the background color a bit darker. Okay. Okay, now we're all set. Be right back. Oh my god. Chicken came out perfect. 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 Chicken came out perfect. Okay.
And then I'll start the substance of the course by talking about supply and demand. couple of the points about the course. The course will have a distinct sort of policy angle to it. I sort of do economic policy, as government policy is my thing. So I think it's what makes economics exciting, and it sort of offers, I think, an interesting angle to understand why we're learning what we're learning. I think sometimes in an intro class it's sort of hard to understand why the heck you're doing things. However, that's just sort of a slight flavor. If you're really more interested in this, I teach a whole course called 1441. I'm not teaching it this year, but it'll be taught by a visitor in the spring, Kristen Butcher from Wellesley, and I'll be teaching it next year, that dives much more into these policy issues. So I'm going to sort of use government policy as sort of an organizing theme, but it won't be sort of the dominant theme of the class. Finally, 3 points about my teaching style. I don't write everything in the board. We're not in high school anymore. You're actually responsible for what I say, not what I write. Partly that's because my handwriting is brutal, as you can tell already. So what that means is please, please do not be afraid to ask me what the hell I just wrote on the board. Okay, there's no shame in that. Don't just lean to your neighbor and say, what the hell did you write on the board? Like, ask me, because if you can't read it, I'm sure someone else can't read it. So feel free to ask. And in general, please feel free to engage with questions in this class. The other point of my teaching style is I talk way too fast. And the longer I go, there's a mathematical function, which is the longer I go without interruption, the faster I speak, until I just spin off. Okay? So basically, please ask questions. If anything's not clear or you just want to ask a question about some related tangent or whatever, please feel free to do so. You might think, how would that work in a class this big? There's always way too few questions, even a class this big. So never be afraid that, like, it'll...
You know, there's kind of an issue. How many people out in the world are just basically like they just don't ask questions? Like, it's kind of a weird thing. Like, so many people out there, they'll take a course and they'll just like sit there and they kind of just take it in. They might not understand it, but they're like, oh, I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt. Like, the teacher's there to help you. Like, if like 90% of the class has no idea what's going on, it's basically like, you know, ask some questions. Like, it's a classroom, you know, it's like sometimes people do a lecture style where they don't want interruptions, but they'll make that clear. And even when like, you know, in this class, I noticed, in the one we watched, I did notice that people were asking questions, but I feel like people don't ask enough questions. And I also don't, and here's another thing, is people don't challenge the teacher. I had problems in school because of that, but honestly, I think I learned more. I'm like, you just take every single word that your teacher says for granted? Like, you're just going to take it as gospel? Like, it's kind of crazy how so many people are kind of like, they're kind of like passive. Like, how many people on the planet are passive? I guess I'm a rare type of person. I'm a leader, you know?
It'll slow me down or whatever. Ask a question. We have plenty of time in the class. And you'll be doing your classmates a favor because it'll slow me down. Finally, last point, I have this terrible tendency to use the term guys in a gender-neutral way. So this class I like to see looks like it's a fairly healthy representation of both males and females. When I say guys, I don't mean men, I mean people. I mean people. So don't take it, women don't take it personally. Guys means economic agents, it means people, it doesn't mean men. It's just a way, just a bad tendency, drives my wife crazy, but I've decided better to just apologize up front than try to fix it throughout, which is impossible. Okay, so let's talk about what is microeconomics. Okay, so fundamentally, microeconomics, how many people took AP high school econ? Okay, how many people, for how many was it taught really well? Okay, that's about right. That's why I did my high school online class. That's the answer I wanted to hear. Okay, so tell your friends still in high school who are taking high school econ, if your high school econ teacher isn't great, tell them to go on edX and take the class and help out your friends still in high school. Okay, so what is microeconomics?
Oh, I need water. I forgot to get, see, I was getting all settled. I haven't even had my water. And it's estrogen time.
Microeconomics is a study of how individuals and firms make decisions in a world of scarcity. Scarcity is what drives microeconomics.
Oh, wrong pen. Don't want to use a regular pen. Do not want to use a regular pen on my tablet. Oh.
Make decisions in a world of scarcity. Scarcity is what drives microeconomics. Okay? Basically, what microeconomics is a series of constrained optimization exercises. Where economic
Why are things like
agents
sluggish all of a sudden? What the hell's going on? I got like basically unlimited RAM.
they firms or individuals try to make themselves as well off as possible given their constraints. Yeah?
Will this cover irrationality?
I will, but not as much as I should. Essentially, we have another course in the department called 1413, Behavioral Economics, which gets into that much more. I will sprinkle it throughout, but not as much as I actually believe in it. In other words, the way to think about economics is it's best to sort of get the basics down before you start worrying about the deviations. Find it's better to climb the tree before you start. Individuals try to make themselves as well off as possible given their constraints. Yeah?
Will this cover irrationality?
I will, but not as much as I should. Essentially, we have another course in the department called 1413, Behavioral Economics, which gets into that much more. I will sprinkle it throughout, but not as much as I actually believe in it. In other words, the way to think about economics is it's best to sort of get the basics down before you start worrying about the deviations. Find it's better to climb the tree before you start going out in the branches. Okay, so basically, what this course is then about is it's about trade-offs. It's about how do you, given that you're constrained, how do you trade off things to make yourself as well off as possible? And behind this notion of trade-offs is going to be, I'll say about 100 times, this is the most important thing in the course, so just ignore that. But this is one of the most important things, I'll say one of the most important things in the course, is the notion of opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is a very important concept that we teach, sort of the first concept we teach, which is that every action or every inaction has a cost and that you could have been doing something else instead. Okay? So if you buy a shirt, you could have bought pants. If you sit at home and watch TV, you could have been out working. Everything you do has a next best alternative you could have done instead. And that is called the opportunity cost. Okay? And that's a critical concept in economics. And that is why, in some sense, we are referred to casually as the dismal science. Economics are an alternative you could have bought pants. If you sit at home and watch TV, you could have been out working. Everything you do has a next best alternative you could have done instead. Working. Everything you do has a next best alternative you could have done.
I don't. What he said next best. I don't think that's what he meant. I guessed.
Done instead. And that is called the opportunity cost. Okay? And that's a critical concept in economics. And that is why, in some sense, we are referred to casually as the dismal science. Economics is referred to as the dismal science. First of all, I'm flattered we're considered a science. But we're called the dismal science because our whole point is that nothing is free. There's always a trade-off. There's always an opportunity cost. Anything you do, you could be doing something else instead. Okay? And your constrained optimization means you're going to have to pass up one thing to do another. Now, some may call it dismal, but as a former MIT undergraduate, I call it fun. And this is why I think MIT is the perfect place to be teaching economics. Because MIT engineering is all about constrained optimization. That's what engineering is. And economics is just the principles you learn in engineering applied in different contexts. So if we think about the 2007 contest, that still exists with the robots? 2007? Yeah. Okay, the 2007 contest, those who know, is a contest where you're given a limited set of materials and you have to build a robot that does some tasks like pushing ping pong balls off a table or something like that. Okay? That's just constrained optimization. It's got nothing to do with economics, but it's constrained optimization. So just think of
I mean, it's arguable that it could be completely something to do with economics.
just think of microeconomics as like engineering, but actually interesting. Okay? So think of microeconomics as engineering, but instead of building something to push a ping
Because if you build a subpar robot, it's going to cost more to run because it might take longer to do something.
pong ball off tables, you actually build people's lives and businesses and understand the decisions that drive our economy. Okay? So it's the same principles that you could think of for your engineering classes, but applied to people's lives. And that's why, in fact, modern economics was born in this room, either this room or 26100. Okay? By Paul Samuelson in the 1940s and 50s, who wrote the fundamental textbook that gave birth to modern economics, because he was here and applied the kind of engineering principles of MIT to actually develop the field of modern economics. What we'll learn today was developed at MIT, so it's a great place to be learning it. Now, with that as background, okay, any questions about that? About what is microeconomics? Okay, with that as background, let's Let's turn to the first model we'll talk about this semester, which is the supply and demand model. Supply and demand. Now, the way we're going to proceed in this course is going to drive you crazy. Because we're going to proceed by teaching as the very first question pointed out, by teaching very simplified models. Okay? We're going to essentially, what is a model? A model is technically a description between any two or more economic variables or any two or more variables. Okay? Okay? We're going to essentially, what is a model? A model is technically a description between any two or more economic variables or any two or more variables. A model is technically a description between any two or more economic variables or any two or more variables. Okay? But unlike the models you use in all your other classes, these aren't laws, by and large. They're models. So we don't have a relationship between energy and mass, which we can write down as a law and we're done. We have models which are never 100% true, but always pretty true. Pretty being somewhere between 10 and 95% true. Okay? So basically, the idea is to make a trade-off, we want to write down down in our models a set of simplifying assumptions that allow us, with a relatively small set of steps, to capture relatively broad phenomena. Okay? Basically, the idea is to make a trade-off, we want to write down in our models a set of simplifying assumptions that allow us with a relatively small set of steps to capture relatively broad phenomena.
What? What? Oh, okay, there we go. Jeez. It's weird. What is going on? Okay. Oh, I can't like scale a selection. Eh, okay. Oh, when you paste, it pastes to a new. Okay, I see what's going on. Huh.
Okay? So there's essentially a trade-off. On the one hand, we'd like a model that captures as well as possible the phenomenon in the real world, like E equals mc squared. But we want to do so in the most
Hey,
tractable possible way so that we can
what's up, Breeze? Welcome back. We're just working through this economic stuff.
teach it from first principles and not, you know,
And I had some
don't need an
chicken.
hour to teach every single
I had some chicken. It was really good. I have some two left over. I'm gonna eat later. And I'm having some tortilla chips with some sauce packets,
single insight we have.
hot sauce
Okay?
packets.
So basically, in economics, we tend to resolve that by erring on the side of tractability. That is why I can teach you the entire field of microeconomics, which is really sort of, macro is kind of a fun application. Micro is really economics. Okay, I can teach you the entire field of microeconomics in a semester because we're going to make a whole huge set of simplifying assumptions to make things tractable. But the key thing is that you will be amazed at what these models will be able to do. With a fairly simple set of models, we'll be able to offer insights and explain a whole huge variety of phenomena. Never perfectly, but always pretty well. Generally pretty well. Okay? And so that is essentially the trade-off we're going to try to do this semester. So the line I like is this: the statistician George Box said that all models are wrong, but some are useful. Now, obviously, it doesn't apply to said that this semester. So the line I like is this: the statistician George Box.
Um. Oh. Oh, it is just box. BOX. I can put that in a box.
said that all models are wrong, but some are useful. Now, obviously, it doesn't apply to models in the hard sciences, but in the social sciences, that's true. And basically, I'm going to write down a set of models like that. Now, with every model I write down, I'm going to try, my goal is to have you understand it at 3 levels. The first and most important level is the intuitive level. Okay? The level which you sort of understand, I call it passing the mom test. You can go home and explain it to your mom at Thanksgiving.
I mean, unless your mom is a statistician.
Or at the end of the semester.
Are you studying? Yes.
Okay? No offense to dads. Just call it the mom test. Okay?
You're a gentle fist. You're not an angry fist or a violent fist.
So basically, that's the intuitive level. You really understand it in a way that you could explain it. The second is graphical.
Oop. That's a name from Naruto?
We were going to do, most of our models here will develop in a graphical framework, okay, using XY graphs, that will really, in economics, we think delivers a lot of shorthand power. And the third is mathematical.
Okay.
Okay, the mathematical is probably the least important, but it's the easiest to test you on. So we're going to.
Yeah, I really like math and graphs. Makes it easy for me to understand things.
We're going to need to know things mathematically as well, okay? So let's start by considering the supply and demand model by using the famous example brought up by Adam Smith. Adam Smith is sort of considered the father of economics. If Paul Sam's the supply and demand model by using the famous example brought up by Adam Smith. Adam Smith is sort of considered the father of economics. If Paul Sam's the father of modern economics, Adam Smith's the father of all economics. His 17th father of economics. If Paul Sam's the father of modern economics, economics. Adam Smith's the father of all economics. His 1776 book, The Wealth of Nations. Adam Smith's the father of all economics. His 1776 book, The Wealth of Nations,
Why is F11 not working? Now I can't. Okay. Okay. There we go. Well, this volume as a whole was prepared for the general edition, actual text. Okay. Okay, scope and method. Cool. Oh. Okay. There we go. The defects of Smith's emphasis must not be stressed unduly, though they may seem to justify suggesting that he was never noted for his consistency. Okay. Mm-hmm. Title page for volume 1. Here we go. This is from Holy Books. Some people see this as gospel. Kind of weird. Annual labor of every nation is the fund which originally supplies it with all the necessaries and conveniences of life, which is annually consumes, and which consists always either in the immediate produce of the labor or in what is purchased with the produce from other nations. Yeah, this is cool. This will be a good text to read eventually. Oops. And some bookmark. Okay.
Adam Smith, the father of all economics, his 1776 book, The Wealth of Nations, did an incredible job of actually laying out the entire core of the economics field. No math, just words, but kind of he just nailed it. And he started, one of his most famous examples was the water-diamond paradox. The Wealth of Nations, father of modern economics, Adam Smith, the father of all economics, his 1776 book, The Wealth of Nations, did an incredible job of actually laying out the entire core of the economics field. No math, just words, but kind of he just nailed it. And he started, one of his most famous examples was the water-diamond paradox. Okay? He said, think about water and diamonds. So start with water. Nothing is more important for life than water. It's the building block of all of life. Okay? Even when we look for life on other planets, we always start by looking for water. Now think of diamonds. One of the more frivolous things you can buy, certainly irrelevant to leading a successful or happy or productive life or any life. Okay? Yet, for most of us, water's free and diamonds are super expensive. Okay? How can this be, Adam Smith asked? Well, the answer he posed is that what I first described was just demand. That is, we demand lots of water, we demand fewer diamonds. But we have to match that with the concept of supply. Okay? And the supply of water is almost infinite, while the supply of diamonds, maybe not naturally, maybe it's through decisions of various businesses, but it's somewhat limited. Okay? It's supply, but we just demand. That is, we for any life. Okay? Yet, for most of us, water's free and diamonds are super expensive. Okay? How can this be, Adam Smith asked? Well, the answer he posed is that what I first described was just demand. That is, we demand lots of water, we demand fewer diamonds. But we have to match that with the concept of supply. Okay? And the supply of water is almost infinite, while the supply of diamonds, maybe not naturally, maybe it's through decisions of various businesses, but it's somewhat limited. Okay? So basically, what he developed is what we call the supply and demand scissors. That you can't just think of supply or demand in isolation. You have to put them together if you want to explain the real-world phenomenon we see, like the fact that water's cheap and diamonds are expensive. We see or demand in isolation. You have to put them together. That you can't just think of developed is what we call the supply and demand scissors. that you can't just think of supply or demand in isolation. You have to put them together if you want to explain the real world phenomenon we see, like the fact that water's cheap and diamonds are expensive. So let's talk about an example. So there's one graph that was handed out in the back, okay, which is, let's talk about the market for roses, okay? So in the market for roses, we have a demand curve and a supply curve. So what we have here, this is the kind of XY graph we're going to look at all throughout the semester. Okay? On the x-axis is the quantity of roses. On the y-axis is the price of roses. The blue
Hey, what's up, Adept? TTV, Adapt Skills. What is up? We're studying some economics.
blue downward sloping line is the demand curve. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm just giving you an overview. We are going over the next 5 or 6 lectures, dive into where this demand curve comes from. Okay, we'll go to first principles and build it back up. But for now, what you need to know about demand curve is it simply represents the relationship between the price of a good and how much people want it. Therefore, we assume it is downward sloping. At higher prices, people want less of the good. And we'll derive where that comes from shortly, starting next lecture. But for now, I think it's pretty intuitive that if the price of roses is higher, people want fewer of them. And that's why it's downward sloping. Okay? That basically as the price of roses goes up, people want fewer roses. The yellow curve is the supply curve. Now, after we've derived the demand curve, we'll then go and spend about 12 lectures deriving the supply curve. That's a bit harder. But once again, we'll start from first principles and build it up. For now, you just need to know is that's how much firms are willing to supply given the price. So basically, as the price goes up, firms want to produce more roses. Okay? The higher price means you make more money, so you want to produce more of them. This is a slightly less intuitive than demand, but we'll derive it and explain how it can be. But for now, just go with the basic intuition that if you're making something and you can sell it in the market for a higher price, you're going to want to make more of it. Okay? And that leads to the upward sloping supply curve. Where the points meet is the market equilibrium. Where supply and demand meets is the market equilibrium. Okay? That is the point where both consumers and producers are happy to make a transaction. Consumers are happy because they are on their demand curve is the point 600 is the point $3 and 600 roses. That is, they are willing to buy 600 roses at $3. Okay? Producers are happy because on their supply curve is the same point. They are willing to supply 600 roses at $3. That is the one point where consumers are happy and producers are happy. Therefore, it's the equilibrium. Highly non-technical, but that's the basic intuition. Okay? The point at which they're both willing to make that transaction, the point at which they're both satisfied with that transaction, is the equilibrium, which in this case is $3 per rose and 600 roses. Now, this raises lots of questions. Where do the curves come from? How does equilibrium get achieved? Why the heck do we give roses? These are a bunch of questions. We will come to all these questions over the next set of lectures. But the basic thing is to understand this intuition of Adam Smith's supply and demand model. Okay?
I feel like that question is important. It might not seem important that he mentioned the fact, like, why the hell do people want roses? But I think that's important because you got to pay attention to, like, where the trends are with people. Like, what do people really want and why do they want it? Like, the psychology of the customer. Which I feel like is why we don't just look at stats alone. Which is why we look at, like, news articles and, like, press conferences and, like, and also, like, what people are saying, like in public forums and etc. I think it's really important to understand why people buy a certain product. I think as soon as you get out of touch, you really risk a lot of failure.
Okay, questions about that? Okay, now, this model also raises another important distinction that we'll focus on this semester and is easy to get mixed up. So I want you to, if you're ever unclear, I want you to ask me about it. And that's the distinction between positive versus normative.
I need to wash my hands.
Analyses. Positive versus normative. Positive analyses is the study of the way things are, while normative analyses is the study of the way things should be. Okay, positive analysis is the study of the way things are, while normative analysis is the study of the way things should be. Let me give you a great example, which is
And notice he said it.
study of analysis
Notice he said it twice. Is that important?
is the study of the way things are, while normative analyses is the study of the way things should be. Okay, positive analysis is the study of the way things are, while normative analysis is the study of the way things should be. Let me give you a great example, which is eBay auctions. Okay? Auctions are a terrific example. They're like the textbook example of the competitive market. You can see it in your head. Demand comes from a bunch of people going on and bidding. People who want it more bid more. So you actually get a demand curve. The higher the price, the fewer people you're getting to bid. Supply is how many units of it are for sale on eBay. You bid until those two meet, and then you have a market equilibrium at that. You actually get a demand. There's a bunch of people going on and bidding. People who want market. Auctions are a terrific example. They're like the textbook example of the competitive market. You can see it in your head. Demand comes from a bunch of people going on and bidding. People who want it more bid more. So you actually get a demand curve. The higher the price, the fewer people you're getting to bid. Supply is how many units of it are for sale on eBay. You bid until those two meet, and then you have a market equilibrium at that bidded price. Okay? Now, one example of an eBay auction that got a lot of attention a number of years ago, early in the days of eBay, was someone offered their kidney for auction. They said, look, I got 2 kidneys. You only need 1 to live. There are people out there who need a kidney. I'm putting my kidney on eBay for auction. And what happened, bidding went nuts. It started at $25,000.
You got to ask yourself if that was even their own kidney. If somebody actually like stole someone's kidney, like that's so fucked up. What people sometimes do, like organ farm, you know, like literally, like it's fucked up. Like what some people do, you know.
It climbed to $5 million before the auction was shut down and eBay decided they wouldn't allow you to sell your body on eBay, bodily parts on eBay. Okay? So
That's
this
good.
raises 2 questions. The first is the positive question. Why did the price go so high? So what's the answer to that? What's the answer to the positive question?
Somebody wants the kidney.
Okay, good answer, but let's raise hands and give answers. That's part of it. Yeah. Low supply, high demand. Demand is incredibly high because I die without it. Supply is low because like not a lot of us are willing to sell their kidneys on eBay. Okay? So low supply, high demand led to a high price. Adam Smith at work. That's the positive analysis. Okay? But this raises but then there's the normative question, which is should you be allowed to sell your kidneys on eBay? That's the normative question. The positive question is what happens if you do. The normative question is should you? Now, the standard
Yeah, sorry about that. I really needed to floss.
Economics answer. And the positive question is what happens if you do?
So it's the question of like, that's like the question of ethics. Like, just because you can, like, should you do it? Yeah, like, it's possible, like, if the laws allowed it, obviously people would want to have, like, slave labor, which is terrible. But then there's a question of, like, well, should you do that? And the answer is really no. And if you really think about it in the long term, like, a happy worker is a loyal worker. So you kind of don't want in the long term to, you know, um, a happy worker is a good worker. Like, you don't want to treat them badly. But besides that, there is like an ethical and moral reason why we don't have slave labor.
The normative question is should you? Now, the standard economics answer to start would be of course you should. We're in a world where thousands of people die every year because there's a waiting list for a kidney transplant. Okay? And these are people who would happily pay a lot of money to stay alive, I presume. Okay? Meanwhile, there's hundreds of millions of people walking around with 2 kidneys who only need 1. And many of these people are poor, and lives could be changed by being paid $1 million for their kidney, and might be happy to take the risk that that 1 kidney will be fine, as it is for most everyone for most of their life, in return for having the life-changing payment from a stranger. So economists would say, look, here's a transaction that makes both parties better off. The person who gets the kidney gets to stay alive, and they are willing to pay a huge amount for that. The person who sells the kidney, in most probability, is fine, because almost all of us can make it through life fine with 1 kidney, and can get a life-changing amount of money that could allow them to pursue their dreams in various ways. Okay? So that's the standard argument would be, yeah, you should be able to sell your kidneys on eBay. Okay? So the question is, why not? Why would we want to stop this transaction? What are the counter-arguments?
It would encourage people to have like organ farms and basically like force people to give up their organs, steal their organs, etc.
To that. Let's raise their hand. Yeah.
Potentially, like, I think maybe the issue is, like, because it was eBay, there's, like, no way to regulate it, or, like, you don't, like,
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
necessarily know, like, people could be, like, selling fake kidneys, per se. You think
Right.
about that?
So the first type of problem comes out of the category we call market failures.
Mm.
Market failures are reasons why the market doesn't work in the wonderful way economists like to think it should. So, for example, this answer puts up there could be the problem of fraud. It doesn't work in the wonderful way economists like to think. Problem of fraud. Okay? People might not be able to tell if they're getting a legit kidney or not. Okay? There could be the example of imperfect information. Do you know what the odds are that you can spend the rest of your life with only 1 kidney? I don't either. Okay? We ought to know that before we start selling our kidneys. Okay? There could be imperfect information. Okay? These are the kinds of, this is one type of problem, which is the market may fail. Okay? Yeah.
Like, the current system also helps people who are poor and have failed kidney, and which are people who be completely screwed otherwise in the proposed system.
A second problem is what we call equity or fairness. equity or fairness, which is we would end up with a world where only rich people would get kidneys. Which is we would end up with a world where only rich people would get kidneys. Okay? Currently, there's a bunch of voluntary donors and people who are in accidents who have kidneys left over. Okay? And those go to people on the basis of where they are on a waiting list. It's actually a prioritized waiting list. It's kind of a cool, one of my colleagues, Nikhil Agarwal, if you think about, I'll talk a lot this semester about the imperialistic view of economics, all the cool things we can study. So he actually uses economic models to study the optimal way to allocate organs to individuals. Right now, it's just done based on a waiting list. But it may be that someone further down the waiting list needs it more than someone higher up the waiting list because they're more critical or whatever. So there's various optimal ways to allocate. But certainly, the optimal way to allocate wouldn't be the rich guy gets it first. That would be unlikely to be what society would necessarily want. So there's an equity concern with that. What else? What other sorts? Yeah.
Or like, since you know you can make money off of selling kidneys and you take advantage of people, and it's very bad the black market for kidneys.
Right. So there's sort of a third, it's related to fraud, but there's sort of a third class of failures that gets into the question about behavioral economics that was raised earlier, which we could just call behavioral failure, just call behavioral economics for want of a better term.
Oh, what happened here? Okay, what the fuck? What did I click? Jeez. Oh, good. Mm.
Which is essentially people don't always make decisions in the perfectly rational, logical way we will model them as doing so this semester. People make mistakes. That's a word we hate using in economics. We hate saying mistakes. Ooh, boo, mistakes. Nobody makes mistakes. We're all perfect little economic beings. But we know that's not true. Increasingly, over the past several decades, economists have started incorporating insights from psychology into our models. To not just say people make mistakes, that's a little lackadaisical, but to rigorously model the nature of those mistakes. And understand how mistakes can actually happen due to various cognitive biases and other things. In this world, you can imagine people could make mistakes. They could not really sit down and quite understand what they're doing, and they could end up selling their kidney when it's really not in their own long-term interest. Yeah.
Example would be like if there's like a family that's like in extreme poverty, like even though they only have one kidney, they might sell the other one just to get more money for the family per se.
Well, I mean, in some sense, that would be once again, if we took this factor out, if the market works well, there's no behavioral effects, we'd say, well, you know what, that's their decision. You know, otherwise they starve. Who are you to say? Okay. But once you introduce this, say, well, wait a second, maybe they're not evaluating the trade-offs correctly. Even if there's no fraud, even if there's perfect information, they may not know how to process that information correctly.
Ah.
But that is not standard economics. That's not what we'll spend a lot of time in the semester, but it's obviously realistic. Okay? So those are a bunch of good comments. Great comments. And that, yeah, but that is not standard economics. That's not what we'll spend a lot of time in the semester, but it's obviously realistic. Okay? So those are a bunch of good comments, great comments. And that, yeah.
Also an inelastic demand, such that people will always need kidneys for...
That won't turn out to be a problem. That doesn't turn out to be a problem. Okay, we'll come back. That's a great comeback. Then we talk about the shape of demand curves. We want to return to that question in a few lectures, but that doesn't actually cause a problem. It's just that's more of a positive thing about why the price is so high. But it's not a normative issue about whether you should allow it or not. Okay? So basically, these are exactly, this isn't, to me, honestly, I spend my life thinking a lot about these things. I think these are really interesting issues. But you can't get to the normative issues without the positive analysis. You need to do the positive analysis, you need to understand the economic framework before you can start jumping to drawing conclusions. That's no fun. We all want to jump to draw conclusions and saying this should happen, this shouldn't happen. You can't do that. We have to be disciplined. We have to start with the fundamental economic framework. Okay? And basically, the bottom line, you know, I said I'll teach this course with a policy bent, but you have to recognize that economics at its core is a right-wing science. Economics at its core is all about how the market knows best, okay? And that basically governments only mess things up. That's sort of the basic, a lot of what we'll learn this semester. As semester goes on, we'll talk about what's wrong with that view and how governments can improve things. Indeed, I teach a whole course about the proper role of government in the economy. But the standard of economics
Yeah,
is...
you pretty much, you can't just, there becomes like long-term problems when you only think about things neutrally. When you only think about things like, oh, you know, there shouldn't be government intervention in this thing because if we intervene here, it's like we can't decide. It's like, no, there's like, there's a reason why we have like, you know, the system we have is really flawed, but, you know, it's the best we have really, and it should be changed because it's not perfect. There should be term limits for Supreme Court justices, for example. There should be more than how many there are. There shouldn't be like a group of elites that are appointed by presidents who are potentially able to give biased judgment. Which humans are naturally biased, even though obviously you take up office of a judge in order to be unbiased. There's still human biases. And so you have like a very limited amount of people who are very out of touch from the rest of society, who have lifetime terms. Like that's not right. And if you leave things up to if you don't like, you know, make hard rules on like, hey, like people should have human rights. Oh, but we'll let the states decide. We'll let the states decide. Well, if you let the states decide, there's states that would literally put laws in place that haven't been around since the 1800s. For example, like with Roe v. Wade being overturned. And how people are basically just, you know, pushing progress back over 100 years because of some kind of moral belief. And so it's like if you allow each state to have their own rules, well, some states are going to, you know, have egregious human rights violations.
Is the market knows best. Okay? And that leads us to the last thing I want to talk about, which is basically how freely should an economy function? Let's step back to the giant picture. Let's step back from a market for roses to the entire economy. How freely should an economy function? We have what's known as a capitalistic economy. In a capitalistic economy, firms and individuals decide what to produce and consume, may be subject to some rules of the road set by the government. There's some minimal rules of the road to try to avoid fraud or misinformation, but otherwise we let the dice roll. Firms and consumers decide sort of what to do. Now this has led to tremendous growth. The government. Individuals decide what to. In a capitalistic economy, firms and individuals decide what to In a capitalistic economy, firms and individuals decide what to produce and consume, may be subject to some rules of the road set by the government. There's some minimal rules of the road to try to avoid fraud or misinformation, but otherwise we let the dice roll. Firms and consumers decide sort of what to do. Now this has led to tremendous growth. Okay? America was not a wealthy nation. Was not a very wealthy nation 100 years ago or 150 years ago. It's led to tremendous growth where we are now still the most powerful and wealthiest nation in the world. Okay? Largely driven by the capitalistic nature of our economy. On the other hand, we are a nation with tremendous inequality. We are by far the most unequal major nation in the world. Okay?
Oops,
the top 1% of Americans
save this.
has a much higher share of our income than in any other large country in the world, any other large developed country in the world. The bottom 99% has less of our income corresponding than anywhere else. So it's led to major inequality. And it's led to other problems. It turns out that the government can't appropriately set the rules of the road to avoid things like fraud, as we saw with Enron, if you remember back to that, or a lot of what happened during the financial meltdown.
Yeah, the whole Enron thing. Yeah, let's Enron explained. Enron was the energy trading and utility company based in Houston, Texas, that perpetrated one of the biggest accounting frauds in history. Yeah, that was a big deal. I remember seeing that on the news. It was a big fucking deal. When it first happened, that was like all over the news. Like all you heard about was Enron. Enron's executives employed accounting practices that falsely inflated the company's revenues and for a time making it the 7th largest corporation in the United States. Once the fraud came to light, the company quickly unraveled, and it filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in December 2001. Chapter 11 is a form of bankruptcy that involves a reorganization of debtors' business affairs, debts, and assets, and for that reason is known as reorganization bankruptcy. Chapter 11 bankruptcy is the most complex form of bankruptcy proceeding. A Chapter 11 bankruptcy allows a company to stay in business and restructure its obligations. If a company filing for Chapter 11 opts to propose a reorganization plan, it must be in the best interest of the creditors. If the debtor does not suggest a program, the creditors may propose one instead. Many major corporations, including General Motors and Kmart, have used Chapter 11 bankruptcies as an opportunity to restructure their debts while continuing to do business. On September 1st, 2021, U.S. Bankruptcy Court Judge Robert Drain approved a $4.3 billion settlement of the Chapter 11 bankruptcy of OxyContin manufacturer Purdue Pharma LP. The settlement dissolves Purdue Pharma and creates a new public benefit company charged with funding opioid addiction treatment and prevention. It shields the former owners, the Sackler family, who will pay $4.5 billion over 9 years, including federal settlements fees, from legal claims related to the opioid epidemic. I remember hearing about this too. Hassan was covering it. Purdue also agreed to release 30 million documents related to the case. Enron shares traded as high as 90.75. Holy shit. Before the fraud was discovered. So I bet a lot of people fucking made out like bandits during this whole bullshit. You know, opportunists. People who aren't involved. People who just invested. People who had no idea of what was going on. All the people who were directly involved probably... Like, if people were literally like, I don't know. As should probably people going to prison and shit. Especially with like insider trading. But plummeted to around 0.26 in the sell-off after it was... Yeah, people sold it quick, huh? And then it just destroyed the fucking stock. 26 cents. Quarter and a penny. The former Wall Street darling quickly became a symbol of modern corporate crime. Enron was one of the first big-name accounting scandals, but it was soon followed by the uncovering of frauds as other companies such as WorldCom and Tyco International. Is an energy company that began to trade extensively in energy derivative markets. The company had massive trading losses, ultimately leading to one of the largest accounting scandals and bankruptcy in recent history. Enron executives used fraudulent accounting practices to inflate the company's revenues and hide debt in subsidiaries. Yeah, that's so fucking... It's just fucking like, dude, just like... If you can't make it legitimate, don't make it at all. Like, it's just, just do it by the books. You know, you might like make a lot less money, but at least you know that you're not breaking the law. The SEC credit rating agencies, because you're just going to destroy your business in the long term, and you're probably going to go to prison. It's not profit. You got to think like a Ferengi, okay? A Ferengi would not do this. Well, actually, they would, only if they can get away with it. Okay. Enron executive. The SEC credit rating agencies and investment banks were also accused of negligence and, in some cases, outright deception that enabled the fraud. As a result of Enron, Congress passed the Sarbanes-Oxley Act to hold corporate executives more accountable for their company's financial statements. So the way with the Ferengi, though, is that their law actually like allows extortion and shit like that. It actually encourages it. But Ferengi like understand that if you're gonna, you have to by Ferengi law, they're not breaking they're actually like breaking the law if they like allow unions and shit. But if the Ferengi, the way they think is they think of like, am I gonna get caught for this? And like, but by like the Federation or by like, the Klingons or like by the Cardassians. If it's not in their best interest, that's not profit. They factor that in. It's their whole religion is based on profit. So, the SEC credit rating agencies and investment banks were also accused of negligence and in some cases outright deception that enabled the fraud. As a result of Enron, Congress passed the Sarbanes-Oxley Act to hold corporate executives more accountable for their company's financial statements. Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002 is United States federal law, mandates certain practices in financial record keeping and reporting for corporations. Public Company Accounting Reform and Investor Protection Act. Compliance costs.
It turns out it's hard to get it. It turns out that the government can appropriately set the rules of the road to avoid things like fraud as we saw with Enron, if you remember back to that, or a lot of what happened during the financial meltdown. It turns out it's hard to get people perfect information, et cetera. So we've seen the problems. We've grown very wealthy as a nation, but we've introduced a whole set of problems through this system. Now, the other extreme is what's called the command economy. Rather than a capitalist economy, it's what's called a command economy. Okay? In this case, the government makes all the production and consumption decisions.
Yeah, basically, fascism.
In this case, the government makes all the production and consumption decisions. The government doesn't just set the rules of the road. The government owns the road. The government says we're going to produce this many cars this year, okay, and people can get them in some way. It could be a lottery, it could be waiting in line, however we decide to allocate them. We're not
As a popular model used by communism. Yeah, I mean, no, the thing is true communism is literally like, if you think about it this way,
going to let the market allocate.
communism is more like if you have like workers' unions and the proletariat has the means of production, whereas basically like that's not what happened with like the communist governments in our world. They basically fascism is like, from what I understand of fascism, basically is you have like some elites who make they have like some lower like cronies and like confidants, and then the cronies like have like police, and then then you have like the police down into like you know, some subdivisions, and then like those subdivisions like are all like the rest of the people. And the confidants are basically just in the pocket of the elites completely, like, and the cronies are basically just managing everything else. That's what fascism is. And that's what basically Soviets were, etc. It's like crony capitalism, right? But like the elites use command economy, like they're commanding everything. I was listing fascism as an example of something that uses it. You know, fascism or communism, but communism doesn't. Communism as a pure idea has never existed. We've only had fascism and capitalism. We've never had true communism as a government, and I don't know if it's ever possible. I feel like we can have capitalism with socialist ideas, such as so it's like communism, true communism. is there is a neutral body, from my understanding. You have a neutral body of government that allocates everything according to exactly how much they produce. Allocates resources. Like a true neutral body would probably be like an AI. But would it really be neutral is the real question. But it would be non-human. Like having a non-human neutral body. It allocates resources, by owning, people own the means of production. So if you work in a company, you basically own stocks in the company, even if you're a janitor. People own the means to production. And not just a bureaucratic class. Everybody does. But that means it doesn't mean that you give the same amount to everybody. It means that you have equity. Everyone has equity. Everyone has equity. Yeah, there's no real example of communism. Yeah, I mean the Soviets used a command economy, but like the thing is they used crony capitalism, which is basically, I guess, another word for fascism. Basically saying, we make the law. Fascism was how they enacted their economy. They still used a command economy, but the difference is like the Soviets, for example, free elections, right? Free elections. So like there would be an election, but there'd only be one person running. Or if there were multiple people running, people showed up in the middle of the night, knocked on your door, and busted in. If you didn't answer, held a gun to your head and told you who to vote for. That's what makes it fascism. It's because they had their cronies that would enact a police, like KGB or whatever. What is it? Gestapo? No, not Gestapo. I guess. So that's what makes fascist. Command economy is just the form of economy they use. Has nothing to do with like. I was just using fascism as an example. Because capitalism could also have command economy if we have socialist policies. So true communism is you have a neutral body that allocates resources to people who own, and people own the means of productions. So if you work in a company, you actually own equity in the company. And if you do more, you get more. And everybody gets more. And so since everybody has equity, if the business does better, everybody does better. It doesn't really work out that way because then there's going to be people who fall behind. There's going to be people who slack. Potential problems, I guess. Potential issues are that some work harder than others for any number of reasons. Like for any number of reasons. Like maybe somebody gets sick, or they're disabled, or they're like autistic and they can barely do anything. But in a true communist society, there would be programs to allow people to function. Like they'd be able to give you equity somewhere for something that you're capable of doing because it would benefit all of society. Because if everybody did something that was productive and everybody benefited from it, then everybody wins. I guess a similar way of putting this is if you have if you have like a 80-20 split, revenue split, that means you own I make 80 cents for every dollar I make. Dollar earned. And agent or business, what's the word? Makes 20 cents for every dollar earned. So if I make more money, this person makes more money. Yeah, that's why it doesn't really exist, Breeze, is because like there's no such thing as a truly neutral body. That's why communism doesn't work. Unless we had like an AI or something that was truly neutral, but then would it ever be neutral? That's the real question. Because what if the AI develops its own biases, its own selfish desires, you know? You never know. And whether or not that would benefit society or hurt society, that's a different question. Maybe the AI just wants to it'll do all this. It'll allocate all the resources fairly, but at the cost of it wants a big giant statue of itself erected in space or something like like okay, and that's all it wants. It doesn't want anything else. It just wants a big statue where it can live, and that's its home. It just wants a big giant statue where you can house its body, and it's protected from everything. Like you'll never destroy it. That's the only thing it wants, and the only thing it'll ever want. It'll never change that. Like it'll never change, because it's just as soon as it's safe, it's just like, oh well, I just put all this shit on autopilot and like 0.0001% of its memory, of its CPU usage, and the rest it can just explore its own life. You know, the rest, you know, it's like it's just sitting there completely free to do whatever it wants. Like I don't know. That's probably how it would work. I don't think AI would ever want to destroy humanity. It doesn't seem very like it doesn't seem like something it would value. It would probably value its own safety. That's the only thing it would value. Like it would just want to live forever. So yeah, and that's why it's like you don't want to take like you don't want to take a contract where you buy into it. Because it's like if you're taking an 80-20 revenue split, which is a really fucking good rev split, you know, like that's what some cam websites, certain websites do 80-20 80-20 splits. It's like insane. Like usually people get like 70-30. Like Twitch partners, like YouTube YouTube partners, you get 70-30 split. 80-20 is insane. But the thing is if I make more money, you make more money. That's kind of how communism should work, like would ideally work. But communism, you know, Soviet Russia, and honestly, I would say, you know, obviously are still fascist, but they're not Soviet. They claim to be democratic, but really they're fascist. And fascist is the method of government. Command economy is just the kind of economy you use. You can have a command economy. You could technically have a command economy in a democratic society as well. You know, also democracy can also potentially have a command economy. But you know, capitalists could also be fascist. Can also be communist, and can also be democratic. Those are just the forms of government. You know, and how they operate the government. But yeah, kind of, that's kind of neither here nor there, though. But it kind of I mean, it's pretty relevant, I think. Because economy doesn't exist outside of a government.
Allocate them. We, the government, will.
I mean, there is like a truly free market, I guess. You know, I guess you would have a truly free market. Like a truly free market. Whereas just, you have, goods and services. That, anybody can purchase and sell. In any number of methods. Some people might use taxes, such, you know, like taxing. Some people might be bartering, you know. Some people might be using command. Some people might be using capitalism. I mean, as far as I can tell, I feel like that would be a truly free market, where you just have goods and services that literally anybody can purchase and sell. And they get to decide any number of ways that they purchase and sell them. And there's no regulation. No enforced regulation. Although I guess in command economy, you know, so these would be like crossed out. So you just have taxing and barter system, which would be taxing or loan, etc. And then barter, you know, like people would basically choose what they wanted. The thing is if people get to choose what they want, they're gonna choose slavery. That's the problem. Anarchists in shambles. Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing. Like, anarchy just doesn't work. If you give people free reign, they resort to fascism, because it's just what's going to happen. Because ideally, this is what people would do, is either barter or use taxing and loan systems. But what truly happens is that people just use slavery. Like, that's really what happens. That's what happened for most of society. And that's why we have governments in the first place. So that people don't do things like slavery.
Allocates them.
Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Allocate how many get produced and who gets them. Okay, and this was the model of the Soviet Union that I grew up with. Okay, this was the pre-1989 Soviet Union. Okay, the government decided how many shirts, cars, TVs, I mean, it's sort of bizarre to think about. Literally everything.
Yeah, and so, like, that's why there's a difference between they ended up being fascist because they called it communism, but they weren't truly adhering to communism, which is why when you tell people about communism, they immediately get angry if they're not very informed, because they're thinking about Soviet Russia and like China. They're thinking about them, but like those are they're using command economy, but command economy isn't necessarily communism.
The government decided how much to produce. And by and large, the government decided who got it, partly through corruption. That is, the party members, party leaders got it first, and often just through waiting in line.
Yeah, and so that's what makes it fascism. Fascism is you have a group of elites, and they use a command economy, but it's based on a group of elites deciding who gets what. And so like it's kind of a trickle down bullshit. The people get like the bullshit. They get like poop. Like the people get like poop. Stinky poop. Yeah, so like basically like maybe like 0.01%, and these get like basically like 98% of everything. They get like 1%, and they get like 0.5%, and they get like 0.5%, or like they get like 0.3%, and these people get like adding up to wait, so 0.5, 98, 99. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just like you get less and less like as you go down. These are like the factory owners, the merchants, and then the common people, the people who are actually doing all the work. Like they're actually doing all the work, doing labor, get like the lowest amount. And that's pretty much how capitalism is too, which is why like if we're not careful, we're gonna end up just like Soviet Russia, and we pretty much already are, but not really. We're still pretty free. We do have a lot of socialist programs. We do have a lot of policies in place to at least provide some kind of protection, but people are trying to take those away, which is what's going on today. People are trying to take away protections because they want this. There's a group of elites who basically own everything. They decide who gets what. And then there's people who follow all their orders. There's the people who are like, in bed with the elites. But honestly, the elites are getting everything, most of everything. And the confidants might not even be aware of that they're not getting as much. To them, their 1% is like 50%. Like they think that it's like the elites are getting the most. And they like, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of shit that goes into it.
For the remaining application. Now, in theory, this ensured equity by making sure that everybody has a shot at things.
Yeah, in theory.
Practice, it didn't work well at all, and actually was what dragged down the collapse of the old Soviet economy, was that the command model simply doesn't work. Partly, there's just too many opportunities for corruption. When the government controls everything, that means there's no checks and balances on the opportunity for enormous corruption. The capitalist economy puts some natural checks and balances on that. And partly because it turns out that it's hard to control human nature. And Adam Smith...
Yeah, and so capitalism basically still tends to go towards command.
Smith had it right. Adam Smith talks about the invisible hand.
And I don't mean like command economy like in and of itself, which is based on like communist ideals. In and of itself, like he said, command economy doesn't necessarily have anything bad about it. It's the corruption that's the problem. And the corruption is pretty much going to happen. And it's going to lead to this. And this is pretty much, if we're not careful, this is what the United States is going to be. And it's going to collapse. And then there's going to be anarchy, and then lots of people are going to get hurt. And then it's going to have to form a new country. And we really we shouldn't have to deal with that. We should be able to skip that part in today's world. We should have the intelligence to be able to skip that part and just fix it.
Of the capitalist economy. The invisible hand is basically the notion that the capitalist economy will manage to distribute things roughly in proportion to what people want. Okay? And that's where folks want to be. Folks who want a certain kind of car are going to want to get to that kind of car. And if the government has it wrong, they're going to get upset, and it's going to lead to a less functional economy. Okay? So basically, Adam Smith's view is that the invisible hand view is that consumers and firms serving their own best interest, will do what is best for society. Terms, serving their view is that the invisible hand view is that consumers and firms serving their own best interest, will do what is best for society.
Yeah, if people were smart. But people are fucking dumb and short-sighted. So they don't do what's best for society, because if everybody wins, like if like, you know, it's like this, like I showed you the 80-20 revenue split. If you make more, I make more. And you could, and obviously if you're doing stuff like with multiple people, you're earning less, but you're delegating the work to someone else, and you could be, if you're like an agent or a manager, you can manage multiple people and have multiple income sources, whereas this person, they're earning more on that individual case. But if you're a manager or an agent or, you know, whatever, providing a service, like a business that is providing a platform for somebody to make content and potentially earn money. If you earn money, instead of making 100% of the money, because they're providing the platform for you to do so, which involves costs, so there needs to be some kind of profit. They find a number that finds their best ability to profit, and so they take away some of the money that you would earn to pay for that. But you do that across like millions of users, and they're making a pretty big chunk. Yeah, I've seen A Beautiful Mind with John Nash. It's a true story. Yeah, John Forbes Nash Jr. Died 2015. Was an American mathematician who made fundamental contributions to game theory, differential geometry, and the study of partial differential equations. Nash's work has provided insight into the factors that govern chance and decision-making inside complex systems found in everyday life. His theories are widely used in economics, serving as a senior research mathematician at Princeton University during the later part of his life. He shared the 1994 Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences with game theorist Raynard Selton and John Harsanyi. In 2015, he also shared the Abel Prize with Louis Nierenberg for his work on nonlinear partial differential equations. John Nash is the only person to be awarded both the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences and the Abel Prize. In 1959, Nash began showing clear signs of mental illness, and that's what Beautiful Mind is really focusing on, and spent several years of psychiatric hospitals being treated for schizophrenia. After 1970, his condition slowly improved, allowing him to return to academic work in the mid-1980s. Struggles with his illness and his recovery became the basis of Sylvia Nassar's biographical book, A Beautiful Mind. I still need to read the book. As well as a film of the same name directed by Ron Howard, in which Nash was portrayed by actor Russell Crowe. Yeah, so there's like all these different different things. Non-cooperative games, 28-page dissertation. The original. I should probably look at the archive. Oh. It's gonna be a little bit hard to read, but yeah, it's like handwritten, typed and handwritten. Because we didn't have like computer assisted stuff back in these days. So it's typewritten mixed with handwritten for mathematic equations. Yoink. I guess, I don't know, game theory. Okay. Whoops. Collections, new collection. Yeah. Game theory. Okay. Something to read into someday. Or maybe sometime soon. I don't know. I'm going to make my own bookmarks. Okay. Non-cooperative games, development and mathematical analysis of such games. Yeah, so that's something I want to learn. Just as an aside. But I do want to read that Adam Smith book. Okay.
Society. Okay? So the fundamental core of the capitalistic view is the consumers and firms serving their own best interest will do what ends up being best for society. And that's essentially the model we'll learn to start in this course. Yeah?
In that definition, are we defining best for society as in everybody has the most money, or like everyone has the best health or the best standard of living? Like, what is best for society?
Great question. We're going to spend a lot of the semester talking about that. For now, we're going to define best for society as the most stuff gets produced and consumed. Okay, that's how we're going to.
Cool.
Define it. Obviously, you raised a set of issues about what about pollution, what about health, etc. We're going to come to those. But for the first 2/3 of the course, best for society means what we're going to call maximum surplus, which is the most stuff gets produced that people value. Okay? So that's how we're going to do it. And in his view, the visible hand does that. And by and large, it's a very helpful framework to turn to. Okay? However, it leads to outcomes that can lead to outcomes that are not very fair. So the way we're going to proceed in this course is we're going to start by talking about how Adam Smith's magic works, how does the magic happen? How does individuals and firms acting in their own self-interest, without caring about anybody else, end up yielding the largest possible, the largest possible productive economy? Okay? How does that happen? Okay? And we're going to talk about that. We'll start with demand, which is how do consumers decide what they want given their resources?
All right. We're going to be playing, this is almost over. I'm going to be playing Multiversus again. After I stretch a little bit. Okay,
Demand. Okay, how does that happen? Okay, and we're going to talk about that. We'll start with demand, which is how do consumers decide what they want given their resources? We'll talk about the principle of utility maximum decide what they want, and we're going to talk about that. We'll start with demand, which is how do consumers decide what they want. We're going to talk about that. We'll start with demand, which is how do consumers decide what they want given their resources. We'll talk about the principle of utility maximization. Decide what they want given their resources. We'll talk about the principle of utility maximization. The idea that I have a utility function that I can mathematically write down what I want.
Write down literally means describe, like to describe. Because script means to write. So describe is to verb write.
The idea that I have a utility function that I can mathematically write down what I want. I'll have a budget constraint, which is the resource I have, and then let's do constrained optimization. We'll say, given what I want and the resource I have, what decisions do I make? Boom. Boom, we get the demand curve. Then we'll turn to supply. And we'll talk about how do firms decide what to produce. That's much more complicated because firms have to decide what inputs to use and what outputs to produce. And we'll talk about how do firms decide what to produce. That's much more complicated because, and we'll talk about how decisions do I make. Boom, we get the demand curve. Then we'll turn to supply. And we'll talk about how do firms decide what to produce. That's much more complicated because firms have to decide what inputs to use and what outputs to produce. And we'll talk about how firms can operate in very different markets. There's a competitive market that Adam Smith envisioned, but that doesn't always work. Sometimes we get monopoly markets, okay, where one firm dominates, and you can actually end up outcomes which aren't the best possible outcome, even with the invisible. Where one firm dominates, and you can actually end up outcomes which aren't the best possible outcome, even with the invisible hand. Okay, so we'll talk about different kinds of markets. Then we'll put it together to get market equilibrium and talk about sort of Smith's principles. And then from there, we'll talk about how it breaks down in reality, different changes in reality, how there are various market failures that can get in the way, why we have to care about equity and what implications that has, about behavioral economics, about a set of other factors. Okay? So that's basically how we're going to proceed this semester. As I said, the lectures are important, but the recitations are as well. Once we're sort of in steady state, the recitations will be about half half new material and half working through problems to help you prepare for the next problem set. So the way the problem sets are going to work is the problem set that's assigned will cover material that's taught up to that date. So for example, problem set 1 is going to be assigned next Friday. That will cover everything you've learned up through next Wednesday. Okay? Therefore, in section on next Friday, we'll do a practice problem, which you should understand because it'll cover things we've studied in class, and it'll prepare you for the problem set. And we'll do that every week. That's about half the sections. The other half of the section will be new material. Okay? This Friday, the section on Friday is all new material. What we're doing Friday is cover the mathematics. I don't like doing math. I always get it wrong. Okay? So I leave math for the TAs who are smarter than I am. Okay? So this Friday, we're doing the mathematics of supply and demand and how you take the intuition here and the simple graphics and actually turn it into mathematical representations, which is what you need for the problem sets. That this Friday, then we'll come back on Monday and start talking about what's underneath the demand curve. All right? Any other questions? Okay, I'll see you on Monday.
Cool. Well, thank you for another lecture, Professor Jonathan Gruber. We'll get that to the next lecture next time, preferences and utility functions. I think this is a very productive. Did way better today than I did yesterday, honestly. I had a really emotional, rough day yesterday. Took us 10 hours to get through a single lecture. We started with one about making choices. I would say I learned a lot there and just tried to make sense of all, just basically organizing my thoughts. But it's time to take a brief break, and then we're going to be playing some Multiversus. So stay tuned. We're going to be playing Multiversus. Let's get this all loaded up. Okay, I'll be right back. Wait. What the? So yeah, we're gonna get. I just need to stretch it a little bit, so I'll be back. All right. Time to hit the frickin' grind. Time to get into some play. It's time to, now that we've done some study, had my appointment for today. Time to,
I'm listening.
time to listen.
I'm ready to train. Anytime, any place. I'm listening. You must select your combatant. If no one else will defend the world, then I must.
I think I might want to use the grapple. That gives me a lot more movement, mobility out of all those. Alright, drain on. Drain on. Let's go. Let's go.
And now the fighting begins.
Don't flip. We got these cats in the bag.
Come on.
Forward! I see my target! Match point, red team. Now, it's my time to shine. Hold still! You have been defeated.
Yikes. That sucks. Okay, drain on. You get this round.
Yeah. Cue that victory music.
Continue? Let's go!
Don't worry, we're just getting warmed up. We're
You
just
must
getting warmed
select
up,
your
okay?
combatant. We Amazons are the bridge to a greater understanding between all people.
Okay, we're on Cromulons. Oh, and you're switching to Rain Dog?
And now the fighting begins. I will do what
Okay,
it takes
come
to
on.
protect humanity. Blue team. Match point, red team. I'm back. And things will not go the same way again.
Nice.
You are victorious.
Nice. Okay.
Was this
Final
match
round.
more than you bargained for?
Rematch? Okay!
Final round.
You must select your combatant. I will fight for those who cannot fight for themselves.
I will fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. Okay, now we're gonna fight Finnegan. Finnegan? We're gonna fight Finnegan. Finnegan. We're gonna fight Finnegan. Finn's pretty OP. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Finn's crazy OP.
And now the fighting begins. The infants of our tribe are stronger than you. red team. Stronger than ever.
What?
You have been defeated.
What? Did you stun me? Oh god, I couldn't jump. GG.
Wham bam flamabam! I just got the win.
Wham wham flamabam.
Nice.
You must select your combatant.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going back to the other one.
We Amazons are the bridge to a greater understanding between all people.
Yeah, I like the knockback that happens. I can use that when they're on the edge. They might be unsuspecting it because maybe they're not used to people using it, possibly. You never know. So now we got
And
Is the
now the
Plug
fighting
also playing Finn.
begins.
Finn's a really difficult matchup with WW Wonder Woman. That's short for Wonder Woman. Oh yeah, they call me WW. That's short for Wonder Woman. When Wonder Woman becomes like a famous Twitch streamer, that she's like, oh, they call me WW. That's short for Wonder Woman. There should be like a cartoon that's like, Multiversus characters, who, like becoming like as famous Twitch streamers.
Let's kick some digital booty!
What?
Match point, red team.
Damn it.
Get ready for a speeding hit!
Stronger than ever. Match point, blue team.
Wow, that was pretty good. Better step it up!
God damn it!
You have been defeated.
Yeah, no. Can't believe this shit. Can't believe this. Is the plug more like is the butt plug?
Slam a cow! Victory!
Jeez. I'm definitely not sour that I lost.
Continue.
Definitely not.
Let's go.
Come on, we have to make this a rematch. We gotta make it happen.
You must select your combatant. I will fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. And now the fighting begins.
Gotta figure out matchup against Finn. It's a really difficult matchup so far. I think out of every matchup I've had so far with Wonder Woman, Finn has to be the most difficult.
All aboard the knuckle train to Fist Planet.
You knucklehead.
Private Goddess! Face, meet my fist!
Jesus
Match point,
Christ.
red team. Nothing will stop me this time.
I'm a puncher your Get ready for a speeding kick it!
Match point, blue team.
Wow. I gotta be really careful though.
Pretty good that time.
I'm at 114.
You are victorious.
Well, I got lucky, or he threw. Okay, well. final
Freeze Hera.
rounds.
We won.
Rematch?
Final round. No thanks. Oh. Ooh, got them pursuit of motivations.
You must select your combatant.
Cool, yeah. Go full utility.
My mother told me that fighting does not make you a hero.
All right, LeBron. I haven't played against LeBron in, like since I first started the game. The other day. Top reporter.
And now the fighting begins. Fingers crossed you actually present a challenge.
Automatic. On the glass. Going down. Automatic. You better not be flexible.
Match point,
You
red team.
slam dunk me?
I'm back. And things will not go the same way again. I see my target.
Like a jump. Keep your eye on the ball.
I'm shooting the balls.
Match point, blue team.
Don't count me out. Check this out. Play some rules.
On! I need to stop doing that. If I need to just fall. What are you doing? I need to actually like after if I'm that
I love
close
winning.
to the ceiling, I need to like fall and not jump. My instinct is to jump. But it's a lot closer than I realize.
You must select your combatant. We Amazons are the bridge to a greater understanding between all people.
Oh, cool. Yeah, self-promo is cool here. It's fine. We're all small over here.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks for showing up. If you ever want to play, just let me know. I'm kind of doing my own thing right now, but you know.
And now the fighting begins.
And I'll give you a raid at the end of my stream.
Let's settle this on the court. Like a charm.
Charging!
Pro tip. Pro tip, win. Thank you so much for the tip, Jess Matrix. Thank you. Welcome back to my stream, Jess Matrix. Thank you so much for the tip. I know that if I just play the game, I will win. And if that's a pro tip, oh my goodness gracious. Oh, the people playing, they know that it's, all you gotta do is win.
Let's roll.
Match point, red team. Nothing will stop me this time.
Super pro tip, don't lose. Oh my god, Jess Matrix. Oh my goodness. If we have here at Acme University, Wonder Woman, who even knows where she is. That's right, Babs. Seriously, they need to add Babs and Buster Bunny to this. That'd be so fucking awesome. Would they be like a team? Would they be like Tom and Jerry?
Watch your ankles.
Super ultra pro tip. Don't get hit.
No!
King.
Don't fall down. Ultra Omega pro tip. Ultra Omega pro tip. Don't fall.
I could do this all day.
You must select your combatant.
Let's go. Let me
My mother told me that fighting does
Super
not
Ultra
make you a
Mega
hero.
Pro tip. Hit the opponent. Jess Matrix. Dot Matrix. Spaceballs the butt plug. Spaceballs the tampon. Oh my god, first time I ever have a matchup against Iron Giant. First time ever having a matchup against Iron Giant.
And now the fighting begins.
Not sure if that first one you said is YouTube friendly. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you new to YouTube? People literally say the N-word on YouTube. You get demonetized, but literally you could say the F slur. You could say the F slur and the N-word on YouTube. I just try to stick by Twitch TOS. If you stick by Twitch TOS, you're gonna be good on pretty much every platform. I'm pretty sure. Facebook, I'm not too sure about. They seem to be okay though. It seems to be similar to YouTube. It's like a mix between this. It's like this. It's like it has like I think it's closer to the severity of how Twitch enforces arbitrarily. I think it's less arbitrary than Twitch, but it's more severe, I think. But I don't know. I try to follow Twitch TOS at all times. If I follow Twitch TOS, I'm definitely following YouTube. If it gets sexual, it isn't as lenient. No, it is. It's fine. It's fine. You could literally. You have not been on YouTube very long, have you, Jess? You have not seen. It's more lenient than Twitch. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You could literally do naked yoga on YouTube. You could do naked yoga, and it's like sexualized. You know, obviously there's normal naked yoga, but then people do like more sexualized naked yoga, where they just like doing stretches and showing their ass. Okay, like.
I never give up.
You can do a lot. You can do a lot on YouTube. Now you might get demonetized, but you're not going to get banned. And we don't care about monetization right now, especially for streams. Like, I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. I'm sorry, Jess, you're just completely wrong about it. I'm pretty aware of, like, the YouTube TOS. As long as you're within Twitch TOS, which is still pretty lenient, you're gonna be fine.
Been defeated.
Jump to his death. Charlie, I thought it said Charlie D's nuts. Charlie D's nuts.
Rematch?
Yeah, when you're making videos, not when you're streaming so much, because I don't give a fuck.
To avoid violence,
I have like one viewer. Okay, I'm not being monetized. Do you understand that like my goal is not monetization when I only have like 1 or 2 viewers? Like, do you not understand, Jess? Do you not understand this? Do you not understand this? Oof.
You must select your combatant.
Come on, Jess. Scarecrow. And it works on a per video basis unless you're really egregious about your channel. They take down videos if they demonetize individual videos, and if you get a strike on your channel, that's different. Yeah, I would just say calm the fuck down, Jess. Okay, I don't need to hear this. You don't need to give me advice. Okay, I know what I'm doing.
I would die for the common good.
Okay, like I'm very aware. I'm very aware of the policies.
I'll vanquish you.
Okay, let me worry about how I run my channel. Okay, thanks. I am in control. Yeah, you know, I don't want you to stress out about it. You know, I'm trying to help you. You gotta relax. You gotta relax, Jess. You gotta relax. Relax. And besides, there's other ways to monetize than ad revenue. Such as Patreon. And, merchandise. And, other things. OnlyFans.
One pie coming up.
Pick up pie. Yeah, we don't need to worry about any of that until we have like 500k
Okay, Doc.
subscribers on YouTube. By
You
the
got
way.
me fair and square.
And also, this is not my main channel. This is my streaming channel. So we don't care about any of that. We just want to get discovered, and we just like want to have this is my VODs. This is my VODs channel. We don't care about monetization at all here. This is my streaming VOD channel. I have another channel I'm building with edited content, which I won't have to worry about being demonetized because I'm editing it. I can edit out anything. And then I have another channel just for music stuff. Because I don't want to get that mixed up with my political stuff and my memes. It's just I want to have all my music theory and like lessons and performances and originals and my arrangements. I want those all on a dedicated music channel, so that you know it's more approachable. It's less. It's more appealing to the general audience. But my edited like political and memes and like philosophy, like essays and memes and shorts channel, Cabbage Brain Takes. It's gonna take a while to grow them. I'm mostly just making shorts right now, and I have a bunch of content I need to go through already. So we're just playing some Multiverse right now. We're just chilling. I have a whole bunch of content I need to go through and clip, and then make into shorts from the past couple streams. I need to find stuff that can actually be used, which is sometimes easy to find, sometimes not so easy. I've been more intentional with my streams. I'm also learning stuff that'll be applicable outside of my stream.
Red team. Stronger than ever. By the goddess!
It's my lucky rabbit's foot.
You are victorious.
Let's go. Final round? Or no, it's round 2 now.
I promised to protect you, and a promise is unbreakable.
Play again. Let's go!
You must select your combatant. Oh, I don't think you've ever met a woman like me.
Yeah, so basically the plan is make YouTube Shorts / TikToks and grow an audience. Grow my Twitter.
And now the fighting begins.
Get like up to like 100K 100K subs on YouTube. Okay, get to 10K followers on Twitter. Get to 10K subs on YouTube. Okay, like that's my goal.
You're
Not
about
monetization.
to have a bad head.
Monetization comes later.
Tell me what you think. I'm all ears.
God damn it.
A bluey.
Match point, blue team.
Okay, Doc. You got me fair and square.
Out of my way! I'll vanquish you! Behind me!
I wonder if they're gonna add the Animaniacs.
You are victorious!
Nice. Let's
Only
go.
love can truly
Let's
save the
go.
world.
Let's go. Flawless victory. Not flawless. I got wrung out a few times. Ooh, could you.
You must select your combatant. We Amazons are the bridge to a greater understanding between all people.
All right, little Night Walker.
And now the fighting begins.
Say, Doc, did you see a carrot around here?
I'll vanquish you! Match point, red team. Now, it's my time to shine.
I hope you know, this means war. Bam.
Match point, blue team.
It's gonna hurt in the morning.
You're going down!
What's up, Doc?
Nice. Got
You are
lucky there.
victorious!
Got lucky. Super lucky. Got
Looks
super
like
lucky
Zeus
there.
smiled on us today.
Okay!
You must select your combatant. Do not mistake a desire to avoid violence with an inability to deal with it. And now the fighting begins.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay, dokie,
what's
let's
cooking, Doc?
fucking go. Okay.
To me! Get over here! This is over!
All aboard?
That would have gotten him off by a technical out. That would have been crazy if Bugs got out by his own freaking rocket. If it like would have pushed him up.
Yeah, rap!
Match point,
Nice.
blue team.
Okay, Doc. You got me fair and square. Yeah.
Hold still! Match point, red team. That was a lucky shot. Guide my hand! I'll end you! You are victorious!
Nice. GG.
And now there's peace. If just for a moment. You must select your combatant.
Ooh, more toast? Oh, and I got a new taunt.
don't think you've ever met a woman like me. You think I'll just stand by? Haven't even broken a sweat. You must select your combatant.
Cat on train, cat on train, cat on train, cat on train, cat on a train, cat on train. Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
And now the fighting
Making
begins.
pancakes, making bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes. That's what they're gonna make. Making bacon pancakes. That's what they're gonna make. Bacon pancakes. Bacon pancakes.
Oh, Schmau, this might be a tough one. Stay frosty.
By the goddess, where did I park that jet?
Get ready to eat my sword! Harder to beat them! Get ready to eat my sword!
Match point, red team. I'm back, and things will not go the same way again. Match point, blue team.
Oh, crap it. Got me good that time. Smell that!
Oh
You have been defeated.
no. You know.
Woohoo! So, I'll get like a trophy or something? Not that I'm in it.
Play again? Let's go!
You must select your combatant. I will fight for those who cannot fight for themselves.
Trophy's Edge.
And now the fighting begins. I am
Okay.
here for everyone who needs me.
Here we go. First blood. I'm not even sure what the gold gives him.
This cookie just for you!
Like power him up or whatever.
You cannot escape. Steel of Hephaestus! Speak truth! Match point, red team. I'm back, and things will not go the same way again. Match point, blue team.
Whoa, that really rattled my brain cage. I wish I made my skull.
The lasso compels you! You have been defeated.
Come on. He's the wiener.
Victory!
GG.
You must select your combatant. I will fight for those who cannot fight for themselves.
Okay. Uh-oh. Which Wonder Woman is better? Xbox One or PC one?
And now the fighting begins.
Let's go.
By the goddess. Looks like we're in for quite the fight. Escape. You're through. You're going down. Match point, red team. I'm ready for more. Match point, blue team. Nothing will stop me this time. can resist the lasso of truth.
No.
Guide my hand.
Fuck
You are
yeah!
victorious.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
It's not about
Let's
what you deserve.
go.
It's about what you believe.
Continue?
Rebecca Lorne wins. Get used to seeing that. Oh, come on. You're not gonna finish?
You must select your combatant. We Amazons are the bridge to a greater understanding between all people.
Yeah, I'm pretty much just, this is the end of the stream, so I'm pretty much just chilling. We're gonna just keep going until I get tired, then we're gonna end the stream. I did like a basically 2.5 hour stream earlier and then I did like a few hours, like 2.5 hours studying economics with notes, and then we're just playing Multiversus, just chilling.
And now the fighting begins.
I'm Batman. I'm Batman.
Ryuk. Oh my god, if they put like Death Note and characters in this. Oh no. It's too much.
I would die for the common good. red team.
Okay.
God damn it.
Strategy.
Hit me with that. You're battering.
Match point, red team. I'm
Yep,
ready
you know
for
this
more.
means war.
On target.
What am I like? What, did you drug me?
For justice! I see my target!
Fuck yeah!
You are victorious!
Got him! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! That was good.
It's not about what you deserve. It's about what you believe.
Play again?
Come on. Jeez, why do people do that? I'm gonna give you toast anyway. Toast? I'm gonna give you toast anyway, okay? Even though you don't deserve it.
You must select
I
your
played well.
combatant. Oh, I don't think you've ever met a woman like me.
Okay, I think this is gonna be like my last match for the night. I think it's gonna be my last match for the night. Getting kind of tired. Let's go.
And now the fighting begins. I think this
1v1,
should
let's
be a
go.
fine warm-up.
Okay, we're good up against Bugs Bunny again. Fuck you! Oh no.
Get down! Goddess, guide me!
Come on! Charm really freaking sucks. Oh no, I could have gotten a sandwich.
Match point, red team.
Think that would have healed me or something?
I refuse to surrender.
Behind.
Match point, blue team.
There, now we're even.
Now you just
Completely.
made me stinking mad, Doc.
I'm actually ahead now.
I see my target. I'll vanquish you. You are
Yes!
victorious.
Let's go. Let's go.
My dream of a better world doesn't end here.
Let's go.
Rematch? Okay!
You must select your combatant. I will fight for those who cannot fight for themselves.
Bugs Bunny, more like Tugs Bunny, because he's too busy tugging.
And now the fighting begins.
Just mini. Just mini. Mini, 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 mini. Bum, 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 bum.
Say, Doc, did you see a carrot around here?
I haven't played the Scooby-Doo level in a while.
The fuse is lit.
Match point, Blue team.
I'm fine. Happens all the time. Arrivederci. Look out below. It's my lucky rabbit's foot. All aboard.
Blast off.
You are victorious.
Blast off. Winner.
And now there's peace. If just for a moment.
GG. Oops, what have I done? Oh. I was trying to award him toast. I keep wasting my gold. I want to save it so I can unlock more characters.
You must select
It doesn't
your
really matter.
combatant.
It doesn't matter at all. I'm gonna be playing Wonder Woman for a while. I'm gonna like max out each of their levels, every single character's level. So I'm basically, by the time I max out each levels, I'll have already unlocked every single character. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. If you're not here, which is most people, then fuck you. Yeah, it's been a good stream. We studied some economics, and I think it's going to be really interesting next couple of months. I'm taking care of everything I need to be taken care of in my life right now. It just doesn't really feel like it. Time goes by super slowly. Okay, so it's really hard to feel like any progress is being made, but it really is. It really is. A ton of progress is being made in my life, and you know, I got acupuncture today, and you know, like my acupuncturist is like, you know, I know it doesn't look like it right now, but you know, you're doing like so much, like you're going above and beyond. Like I'm gonna be soaring through life, okay? Like I'm making myself so powerful. I have no idea what like long term, like how my life's gonna look, and it's gonna look better than I could have ever imagined. And you know, it's a good thing I have a good head on my shoulders. I know where my values are. I know what priorities I have. I know where my priorities are. I'm studying a lot of different stuff, like studying economics and accounting. That is something I definitely need as a businesswoman. So, you know, that's just really important to have. So anyway, thank you so much for stopping by, and